Oh, hello, hello. All right, there we go. I was talking that whole time, and I guess one of them turned off. All right, good morning, distant learners. I'll just announce it again. Okay, we're just reviewing for our quiz for the next 4 or 5 minutes. Then we'll take the quiz, spend about 10 minutes to take that, and then we'll grade it in class. You guys need to take that and then send it to me this morning. If you don't have that, message me real quick right now so I can send it to you. Quiz. Also, our student booklet, lesson 9 student booklet. You need to send pictures of the student work inside of that lesson so I can also get those grades in today. After we take the quiz, so around 8:50, I'm going to get back on the stream, so be ready. Just have it nearby because a lot of us are missing a lot of homework from last week and then this week. You might be planning on turning it in today, whether in person or something, but I'm just going to say everything that's missing. Okay, if you want to know more, I'll try to message it to you. If you'd like me to, just let me know. But because that needs to be turned in today, a lot of it, if it's not turned in today, it will be considered late, and you will get a 0. I'll try to give grace in some of that, but some of you guys are missing tests and quizzes, and that's going to really drop your grade down to probably even failing for this quarter period or grading period. Again, so we're reviewing right now. In about 3 minutes now, we'll take the quiz, and then we'll be back in about 15 minutes for me to make those announcements. Welcome distant learners back. Okay, hopefully you took that quiz. If you still need it, sorry I wasn't by my phone. I'll check my phone, see if one of you guys messaged me if I need to resend it. Okay, but I did re-email it to you all right now, or about like, I don't know, 5 minutes ago. So check your email, check your spam, it might be there. I also have a bunch of work for some of you to do. All right, so I'm just going to announce the names. I don't really want to read through every assignment for every person. So I'll just announce the names for people I have that are missing stuff. Okay, again, if you're turning it in person today, that works. Okay, just let me know. If you're sending it to me, or say, hey, I'm pretty sure I already sent that, just look for it. Either send it to me again or tell me what you sent it to. I know during that distant learning time, there's a lot of students use either my texting it to me or emailing it to me, so maybe I might have missed it. That could be my part. Okay, so I'm just going to say who's missing stuff. Ask me what you're missing. I can send that to you. And that will be it for Bible class. Okay, I have Christian Halsey. Okay, you're missing some stuff. Victoria, I'm missing some stuff. This is for Bible and history, by the way. Victoria, I'm missing one thing for Bible and 3 things for history. Ian, I'm missing the verse quiz from yesterday. We had that verse quiz over John 2:19. I didn't get that from you. Let's see, Grace, I'm also missing writing the verses 4 times, verse quiz, and then a history homework. Okay, all this is on My Schoolworks as well. Okay, you can go on My Schoolworks, look at your grades. It'll have like a letter M in there. That means missing. Okay, again, if you have it, just resend it or just say, hey, Ms. Squirrel, I sent that to you through text or email. Jaylene, I'm missing also, you're writing your verses 4 times, your verse quiz, and then a few history homework and the quiz 11 for history. And then Christian Cormel, I'm missing 2 history homeworks as well for you. Okay, I'm going to check on the website real quick, just to make sure that's everyone. I want to make sure I tell everyone what you're missing so no one can get any more zeros than we already have. See, for Bible, okay, Bible we're good. Government, okay, make sure you turn in your homework from yesterday, but I know it's not class quite yet. Make sure you turn in page 164, 5 through 9. Victoria, I've already said. Jaylene, missing a few. Christian, you're missing a few. Halsey. Cormel, you're missing 1. All right, yep, that's it. So all those announcements, all those names I said, again, you can go look on My Schoolworks directly. It has the assignment there that you're missing. If you're missing a quiz, you can't find it, let me know. I'll resend it to you. I have no problem with that. That does need to be turned in today. Christian Halsey, there's quite a bit of stuff. Okay, homework, quizzes, and tests. Make sure you're getting that in. Okay, that is due today. You need to get that in so I can get grades in, and you don't get zeros. Thank you, Ian, for sending some of that stuff. Again, if you have any questions directly on what it is, I can either send you a picture of the page I wrote with red pen. I can text it to you, again, or you can just look on My Schoolworks. Let me know if you guys have any questions, and we'll be back for history here in a moment. Welcome back. Okay, I'm giving the students about 3 more minutes to study, okay, for our quiz today, quiz 12. I should have sent that to all of you, even if you already had it. I want to make sure everyone had it. If you did not get it, again, just let me know real quick. I'll send it to you as well. I'm trying to do my best with all these extra distant learners. Just an announcement. I announced to the people in here. Okay, if you guys are deciding to come back next week, I don't know who's planning on just staying, or who's still sick, or maybe who is cleared and feeling better if you're coming back next week at all. But if you are, okay, next Friday, so a week from now, I believe it's the 18th, my dad's birthday, but the 18th, we will have a Christmas party day. Okay, we will still have a normal Bible quiz. Okay, we'll have that right when we get here in the morning. We'll take that, and then the rest of the day is going to be a Christmas party. Okay, what the students are doing, so I don't want you to come those days and then not hear about this and not bring in the money you need to bring or gifts or anything like that. But we are doing pizza, soda, I believe chips. I'm not sure on the chips, but I know we're doing pizza, soda, and ice cream for everyone. Okay, so that $5 you bring in will cover all that. I believe it's like 4 pieces of pizza, ice cream, and I think 1 or 2 sodas. We'll have cans for everyone. And then also, we're still doing like the Secret Santa, whatever you guys want to call it, Secret Pal, whatever like that. If you guys are interested in being part of that, so say, hey, I'm not going to be there till later next week, or I won't be here till next week. Okay, today I'm going to try to draw names. Okay, I might wait till Monday. We'll see, but I want to give them time over the weekend, so I'm going to try to do it today. So if you're planning on being here next week, let me know right now or this hour, okay? Because if you're going to be here next week, okay, we're going to put all the names in a hat. We're going to draw your names, and I want to include yours. Okay, what we're asking is just, and again, we'll talk as classmates, but the range is around $10. If you want to do this Christmas gift and you guys are going to be here, it's going to be a $10 gift. Okay, we're going to draw names, so I'll send you your name, or I'll do it through the stream so you can write it down. Okay, but then that will be done on Friday. You can bring in the gift early if you want, just so we can have those ready and someone doesn't forget something and someone's left out. But make sure, if you guys want to be part of it, let me know so I can get your name in there, and we can make sure we get enough food for you as well. Make sure you turn in that money. Again, just let me know if you have any other questions. We're going to take that quiz now in about 1 minute. So again, if you don't have it, let me know. I'll send it to you real quick. We'll spend about 5 to 10 minutes taking that, and then we have a few notes to cover today. Okay, so if you have any questions, let me know. We will be back momentarily. Welcome back, distant learners. I'm putting the notes up on the screen. Okay, we're jumping right into where we left off. We've been talking about the amendment, or the First Amendment. Okay, today we're going to be talking about the Second Amendment. Okay, we're going to work our best to get through the notes. It looks like we're probably going to have notes today and then notes as well on Monday. Then we'll study for the test, hopefully on Tuesday, have that test on Wednesday. If not, if we can't finish that all in time, we still have that extra day Thursday to take the test if we need to. Turn on the TV. Where's the remote? All right, let me look at these distant learners questions real quick. Thank you, Jacob, for sending those in. Victoria, thank you for sending that in. Let's see, Grace, you sent something as well. Thank you for sending those in. And again, if you guys ever have any questions, like, hey, Mr. Grohl, did I turn this in? Hey, I need help with this. Just let me know. Communicate to me. For distant learning to work, you have to communicate. Because I'm not perfect, you're not perfect, so we have to work together to do the best we can. All right, again, we've been talking about this First Amendment. The notes are up there on the screen. Okay. Today we're starting the second. Well, actually, we're going to be going through Amendment 2 through 10, or as many as we can with the time we have left. But starting with Amendment 2, obviously, the right to bear arms. Okay. Red, we have a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. Okay, that is what the amendment actually says. Okay, the intentions of the founders. The Second Amendment contains two dominant ideas. Two dominant ideas. Okay, yes, obviously it's the right to keep and to bear arms. Okay, but the purpose why the founding fathers wrote this amendment. Okay, these are these two dominant ideas. First, we have the militias are necessary to the security of a free state. Okay, during this early time, let me get my face out of the way. You guys don't even really need to see me. Okay, but during this time, obviously our country was not quite as it is today. Okay, so a lot of times civilians or people would create these militias, and they would be the defenders of different areas. Yes, ma'am. Militia is basically like a free fighter type of person. Yeah, it's basically like volunteers. So like they didn't have an actual like justice corps. Does that make sense? They had some, but not quite what we have today. Yes, ma'am. To do that today, yes. Not like they did. Like in our country, we still have a thing called a citizen's arrest. That kind of stuff can happen. But no, you can't just have like a group of men bear arms and start their own militia of law enforcement. That'd be illegal. Does that make sense? Okay, but during this time, remember, these are the original dominant ideas why they had this. Obviously, changed. The philosophy of this amendment is a little bit different today. But does that make a little more sense? You have another question? What's up? Sorry, I couldn't really hear that one. They would be more like vigilantes today. Back then, no, it was illegal. Again, the purpose of this amendment back then was for this idea, for militias to have that freedom to be able to bear arms and protect. So say like a small town, again, they didn't have 911, hey, 911, we have a robbery. It was, we took care of our own people. So they would have, say, 3 to 5 men, if it's a small town, volunteer and become part of this militia group. The term militia is a little bit different to us today. We think of like vigilantes or rebels type idea. During then, this is just kind of what they call a group of men that bear arms for the protection of the people. Does that make sense? Yes, sir? Yeah. Because I said now we have like an actual thing. Yeah. Yep. Yep. Okay, we also have the second dominant idea for this amendment originally was the right to keep and to bear arms cannot be infringed, which is obviously I struggle typing so much. I mean, I don't struggle like I'm slow, but obviously typos. I'm a bad texter as well. I have a lot of typos, and I don't look at it before. I just like send, and then I see something messed up. I like the little asterisk fix. I'll send like 4 asterisks sometimes. Okay, but we have this militia. What is for? Again, originally this amendment is the purpose of a group of men, civilians, basically saying, hey, we're going to be this militia for our town, for our city. Now we have, like Noah said, we have National Guard, we have 911, we have different systems with that. You have state police, you have county and city police. Okay, a little bit different there. Or sheriff, I guess sheriffs would be like the more city or county ones. You can have, yeah, you can have the item, but you can't have the ammunition. It depends what kind of tear gas. Some of it's illegal. Yeah. Okay, moving on, some laws that came in. Obviously, with this amendment, there's going to be specific restrictions. Okay, you can't just say, hey, we have a right to bear arms. You can do whatever you want with guns. Okay, obviously, there's some restrictions to that. Again, it goes back to the idea of the more rights we're given, okay, the more responsibility we have as a citizen. Okay, but we have first the Brady Law. The Brady Law, which restricts the sales of handguns by requiring a waiting period for the purchase of a handgun. Even today, okay, we have the right to bear arms. Say I wanted to carry a handgun with me to places, okay, but the responsibility or the precaution you have to have, okay, you have to have a license to do that, which I don't right now. So I'm gonna get a handgun and just have it at home, and then I'll get my license if I want to carry. Not to school though. I won't carry to school. Yeah, I actually don't know if I'm allowed to carry to school. To be honest, I don't think you are. Yeah, you can't just. I mean, like on me. I don't think I can have it on me at a school. Maybe though. Maybe I could be registered as like the school actual security, not just. No offense, Mr. G, just sitting out there with the phone. Wouldn't really do much. Yep. But my dad just got it. Obviously, he's in the military, but he just got his concealed license renewed, so he can carry again. We're buying him a new pistol for Christmas. Yep. I think we're getting him a Glock 17. Oh, looks like someone has their phone. I'm just kidding. Turn it off. It's okay. Just turn it off. You're fine. I'm not judging. I just like to play. Okay, but we have this Brady Law basically restricts the sales of handguns. Okay, obviously we have maybe added on rules to that in today's society. Okay, but again, we're going through a few different amendments. It's not all talking about Amendment 2. Okay, we're talking about, try to get through 2 through 10 with a little bit of time we have left. Okay, we have Amendment 3. Okay, this is the no quartering of soldiers in private houses. This affirmed the property rights of American citizens. Again, okay, this isn't quite the same today. Okay, obviously it is. It does apply to today a little bit. Okay, it's more back then though, during the Revolutionary War and all these different things. Okay, this is what that amendment was for. Kind of sounds like it. Okay, this amendment affirmed the property rights, basically. It's talking about your properties of the American citizen. In the 18th century, European armies were many times composed of the dregs of society. When the French crown wanted to break the resistance of the Huguenots, or the French Protestants, and the followers of John Calvin, soldiers were forcibly housed in the Huguenots' homes. This quartering of troops was a direct attack upon the integrity of a man's home and family. Okay, so we didn't have that in our country at the time. Okay, but again, a lot of the things we did were based from still England, where a lot of people came from, okay, in different countries like that, France, in these different areas. So we see these things happening, and America's like, hey, we don't want this to happen. Certainly Thomas Jefferson, he was in France a lot, so we get a lot of things from there. Okay, he said, hey, we don't want this to really happen if we have a situation like this. So that's why we have the Third Amendment, basically a privacy of your property amendment. Moving on, again, we're just kind of going through these different amendments, saying what they are, explaining them just a little bit. We have the Fourth Amendment. Okay, like a cop can't just come into your house and search it, okay, without a warrant. Unless it's like a drug bust, something like that. Obviously, there's a difference in it. Yes, ma'am. Without a warrant, like I said, it depends. Depends if like they've been doing a couple month case, like watching you every day, seeing what you're doing, and they have say they think I have drugs or I'm a suspect. They don't really need a warrant for that. I mean, they have to get permission from their head, okay, but they have the right to come in for stuff like that. But if they're suspicious, if it's like, hey, suspicious, we want to search your house, then they have to have a warrant. Does that make sense? Yeah. Yep. 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 So like I said, this basically it's set up again that privacy for people, but there's again with all these amendments, these were written way before like today. So like there's been changes, there's been kind of like additions to it for it to like fit our society today. Does that make sense? Okay, this is how it's written in the Constitution or the Bill of Rights. Okay, you have the right of the people to secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures shall not be violated, and no warrant shall issue but upon probable cause, supported by the oath or affirmation, and particularly describing the place to be searched and the persons or things to be seized. Okay, British officials and soldiers had often searched colonists' homes for smuggled goods or for whatever else they could find without a search warrant. Again, okay, when these amendments were originally written, it was way before today. Okay, we didn't have an official government set up. Okay, we were trying to build everything up from the ground. Okay, so a lot of times they did these things because they saw, okay, how are we treated from the British? How is England ran over there? How is France ran? How are these different countries that are already made and settled ran? Okay, so they said, hey, let's fix this problem in America. Okay, so that's why they made these amendments. Obviously, they changed a little bit today. Warrant, basically, we already basically know what that is, but it's a written statement that's issued by a judge, which gives a law officer the legal right to search a particular place. Okay, again, this amendment is talking about the freedoms of unreasonable search and seizures. Just know that statement goes with that amendment. Okay, moving on. Amendment number 5, or the Fifth Amendment. Okay, this amendment covers the details of criminal proceedings surrounding capital crimes and felonies. Okay, quote, no person shall be held to answer for a capital or otherwise infamous crime unless on a presentment or indictment of a grand jury, except in cases arising in the land or naval forces or in the militia, when in actual service in time of war or public danger. Okay, this amendment is going to be dealing with things called capital crime. Capital crime, which is a crime so serious that it's punishable by death. No ordinary citizen can be accused of a capital or other serious crimes, which is called a felony, before a grand jury considers the evidence and decides if it is sufficient for a person to stand trial. Okay, basically, this is not something people can just be quickly accused of. Okay, they have to be ran through the grand jury. It has to be proven. Everything with that. Okay, a felony. Sorry, I forgot to slide that one up there as well. Just a serious crime. A lot of these terms, I'm assuming us as seniors have heard already, whether it's through a TV show or a lot of these terms we probably heard already through TV shows or stuff like that. What? I don't know what that is. I know a lot of shows, but I don't know that one. Yes, I know CIS. Oh, you're saying? Oh, he has his own. Actually, I have heard of that one. I've never seen it, but I have heard of it. I have heard of it. He's a little bit older, obviously. At first, I was like, I have no idea which one, but I have seen a trailer of that. Maybe. I don't know. My favorite's The Mentalist with Jane. Super good. Super good. He's just so smart. That's why I like it. He's basically so moving with this, some other terms that deal with this amendment. Okay, there's another term called court martial. Okay, this is a trial of a member of the U.S. Armed Forces. Each branch has its own laws and punishment. Okay, so if, say you're in the Marines, they have their own types of punishment. It might be different than the Army, which might be different than the Air Force. Okay, different than the Navy. Okay, but court martial, just know it's dealing with someone from the military. Just know that, basically. So any, yes ma'am. Yes, okay, but they have like their own court. That's what's kind of stating. So like, say if they have a crime as well, like one time there was this, what branch was it? I want to say Army. This lady went missing for like 3 weeks, a soldier obviously, and it ended up her like co-worker in the military as well. He killed her and like really bad. I'm not gonna go into detail. Basically like within us, like a machete type thing, killed her, and no one could find her for weeks. And then they find out about it, so he goes through court martial, obviously put in prison for his life. I don't think he was executed. No. No. A lot of days, to be honest, nowadays we don't really do execution a lot, unless it's for specific things. Usually you're just sentenced for hundreds and hundreds of years. Yeah, they just sit there for a long time. Well, the reason why though sometimes they do that, because again, even if you have evidence against someone, maybe say 20 years, like you're able to prove against the case, like other evidence came, they stacked it up. That's why you have cold cases and stuff. And people like will get their life. Like we've seen it today. Like there's people that have been in prison for 30 years because they said they were said to shoot someone, but then they find out and someone actually looks into it that they didn't actually do it to someone else, so they get to leave. Those are kind of cool stories. Yeah. Okay, so moving on, a serviceman found guilty in court-martial has the right to appeal the verdict of the U.S. Court of Military Appeals. Okay. Our amendment, or Bill of Rights says, nor shall any person be subject for the same offense to be twice put in jeopardy of life or limb. Talking about with the U.S. Court of Martials. Okay, there's some other notes you'll see in the reading when you have your homework questions with that amendment. But again, we're just kind of doing a summary of each as we're almost out of time. Okay, the Fifth Amendment. This also protects against double jeopardy. Okay, self-incrimination and the deprivation of private property, either as punishment or for public use. Yes. Basically, 2 cases. We'll explain it here in a second. But this is what Bill of Rights says. It says, or Constitution says, in all criminal prosecutions, the accused shall enjoy the right to a speedy and public trial by an impartial jury of the state and district wherein the crime shall have been committed, which district shall have been previously ascertained by law, and to be informed of the nature and cause of the accusation, to be confronted with the witness against him, to have compulsory process for obtaining witnesses in his favor, and have the assistance of counsel for his defense. Okay, so again, a few notes going with that. The only one we really need to know in our notes goes with kind of the Fifth and the Sixth Amendment. Again, some of these kind of go together. We have an eminent domain, which is the civil or the right of a civil government to take over a person's land or other private property for public use. Owners must be compensated for the use of their lands. Again, Amendment 5 and 6 are talking about criminal proceedings. Okay, this allows it to not be a criminal action against someone. Yes, ma'am. Kind of. Again, there's like details that go with it. It's not like, hey, they can just usually people just take it anyways. Again, the price they usually give you is more than it's worth, because they're not trying to like hurt you, but a lot of times if they are trying to take it, because this doesn't happen a lot, it is usually profitable for the government, like it's for a reason. And people are stubborn. They're like, no, I've lived here for 40 years. I don't want to leave. So it does create problems sometimes. But okay, that's all we're able to get through today. We'll talk about a few more on Monday. I want to try to end school early next week. So I'm trying to think what I can do to help with that. No. I mean, that is true. It's all about integrity, but all right, for homework tonight. You have page 171, 2 through 10 evens. 2 through 10 evens. No, you're not done doing the notes yet. We're not quite that far. That'll probably be Monday's homework. We'll review Tuesday and then have that test Wednesday. Yes, ma'am. This will be the next one, yes. The next note. So we'll talk about it on Monday. So hold that question, write the question down, remember it. Okay, so homework again, page 171, questions 2 through 10, even. That'll be due on Monday. We'll most likely finish the notes. For the most part, you might have to fill out a few amendments for homework. That'll probably be your homework on Monday. And then we'll review for our test on Tuesday. And then as of right now, I want to try to get that test on Wednesday so we can have fun the rest of the week. If we can't, the test will just be Thursday, which is fine. I'm going to do my best to get through the notes as we can. Okay, disciplines, if you have any questions, again, let me know. Get all your stuff turned in today. Okay, I don't want any zeros or anyone failing because we didn't turn stuff in for a couple weeks, okay, or we forgot to turn in something that's important. So make sure you're turning everything in. If you have any questions, look on My Schoolworks. It's all there. Or if you want to ask me as well, I'll do my best to help you. I might not see it right away as I am teaching, but I'll do my best to help you guys out. Let me know if you have any questions. We will see you on Monday. Have a great weekend.
All right, welcome to chemistry. We're going to get started today. Today is quiz 5 over chapter 5. Distance learners, you were sent the information this morning on My School Works. If you did not get the information or your parents can't get the information for whatever reason, please text or email me or send me a message on My School Works and I'll help you guys out. Again, also remember that you've turned in chapter 5 homework. That is due today. So make sure that's turned in on Google Classroom. Make sure you take your quiz and then we will pick up with 10 point. Why did I start the sentence? 10.5 on Monday. So that's the end of the lecture for today. I know it was a super long one, but anyway, I'll see you guys Monday.
All right, guys, we are going to be on page number 161, section 6.8, restaurant eating. There are two types of restaurants. There are table service restaurants and fast food restaurants. There's no point in going to a table service restaurant. It's closed. Okay? They're not closed. You can still eat there or get food for takeout. Okay? When you're choosing a restaurant, you can either choose a chain restaurant, which has 2 or more restaurants under the ownership of one person or one group of people. A franchise is a business agreement giving a restaurant the right to use a name of a company by paying a fee and percentage of the profits to the franchisee. Okay? So, you can have a chain of McDonald's restaurants, okay, that are owned by the same person, and those are still called franchises because that owner is paying rights to McDonald's Corporation to use their logo, to use their menu, to use their food. Okay? In the United States, there are when this book was written, there were over 500,000 restaurants. Each day, millions of meals are served in these restaurants. Over 40 million customers are served daily at biggest hamburger chains. Fast food business alone take in over $97 billion annually. That's when this book was actually written. I'm sure it's a lot more now. Okay. Then on page 162, we have the blue box is fast food, junk food. There's advantages to fast food. There's the convenience, the variety, consistency from location to location, and then the high protein content. The disadvantages are it's always going to be high calories, high sugar, high fat, high sodium, and generally low fiber, low vitamin A and C. Okay? So, advantages and disadvantages to fast food. And then we also have a chart here that's broken up into a sandwich of why Americans choose fast food restaurants. 26% choose because of a convenient location, 25% because of the quality of food, 16% because of the menu, 12% because of fast service, 8% because of reasonable prices, and 13% for other reasons. Right. Model problem number 1, here we have the McLambs earned $37,960 annual income in 1996. They budgeted 15% of their income for food. The weekly amount budgeted for food, so we're going to find the weekly amount budgeted for food and the weekly amount spent eating out if they spent 30% of the money budgeted for food eating out. So we're going to take the annual income divided by 52 weeks. We get $730 weekly. We're going to take $730, multiply it by 15%, and we're going to get $109.50. And then we're going to multiply that times 30%, and we're going to get $32.85 that they spend weekly for eating out. Okay. Homework for tonight. We're going to do page 163, 1 through 10. 163, 1 through 10. If you guys have any questions, email me. Or if we're in class, you guys can come talk to me about those questions. Again, I'm going to put these on the Google Classroom so you guys turn your homework in. I'm going to see other assignments put on there today as well. Next week, we're going to cover a few more sections. Then we're going to have at least one quiz, maybe 2 quizzes. We only have 4 days next week of actual class time. So then the 18th, we will not have class. So I will see you guys later.
It's working. Let me know if you guys can hear me. Hopefully this is, yeah, hopefully you guys can hear me. Please comment that if I'm too quiet or anything. I ain't gonna yell. For those of you online, please comment if you can hear me. If I'm too quiet, I'll try and adjust it a little bit more, but I don't really know exactly. Hello? Testing. Testing. Hello? Leave it right there, babe. It's okay. Working, huh? Hello? Hello? Sorry, guys. Sorry, guys. Hello? Hello? Hi, Christian. I'm sorry. We're just testing the mic. Hopefully that one's... Yeah, just leave it right there, babe. No, it's okay. All right. Let's go ahead and talk about the metaphysical poets. Yesterday, we learned about the same man who wrote our poem in the beginning, Death Be Not Proud, but okay. So go ahead and turn to page number 91. Let's talk about meditation. Meditation 17. The 10 or the X is 10, and then V is 5, and then 2 is 2. So 5 plus 2 is 7. So 10 plus 7 is 17. It is. Okay. Okay, so who remembers what they used in their, like the striking comparisons used in metaphysical poetry? What is that called? It is a conceit. Okay, make sure you guys mark that in your notes, okay? Metaphysical conceit, okay? So in meditation 17, let me turn there to that slide. John Donne, he wrote about the theme, which is the bell tolls for all of us, okay? And in a lot of works that, or movies even, that we see today, when a bell rings, it could signify maybe death, you know, that little, where people ring the bell and then like the reaper comes and all that other stuff. The bell tolls for all of us, and we see this throughout the work. In the beginning, he basically is comparing the life of man and mankind to one entire book, okay? Remember, we said that the metaphysical poets, they were more of a more profound type of literature, rather than, obviously, the cavalier poets, they were more lighthearted. But the metaphysical poets, they kind of wrote about more, They wrote about more serious things. And in this one, he's talking about the bell. Babe, can you turn on that screen, please? He's talking about the bell tolling for all of us. It's kind of like saying, we're all one part of a big book, and every mankind, or every man, is a page in that big book. You can see that almost halfway down the first column. It says, all mankind is of one author. Obviously, who's that author who wrote our lives, guys? God. And is one volume, so we're all part of a book. And when one man dies, one chapter is not torn out of the book, but rather translated into a better language, and every chapter must be so translated. So he's basically saying whenever we die, we're not torn out of the book, okay? The chapter is just translated into something better, okay? So that's what represents our lives, and every man is their own page of a book. He says, God employs several translators. Some pieces are translated by age, okay? Some people die by age, some by sickness, some by war, some by justice. But notice this line, God's hand is in every translation. His hand shall bind up all our scattered leaves again, for that library where every book shall lie open to one another. As therefore the bell that rings to a sermon calls not only the preacher, but upon the congregation, okay? So he's talking about the bell, okay? It's not only ringing for one person that dies. We're all connected through the body of Christ. When the bell rings for one, the bell rings for us all. We're all connected. We see this truth at the top of the page on the right-hand side. He says, no man is an island entire of itself. Every man is a piece of the continent, a part of the main. If a clod be washed away by the sea, Europe is the less, as well as a promontory were, as well as if a manner of thy friends or of thine own were. Any man's death diminishes me, because I am involved in mankind. This is basically talking about, he's writing from a religious standpoint. He's writing about the whole body of God. Obviously, in the Bible, it talks about how people in the church, the hands, the arms, the legs, all part of the body of Christ. Every member is a part of the body of Christ. And it's kind of like the same concept here. We're all connected in the body of Christ. And when one person dies, the bell tolls for one person. It tolls for us all because everyone shares that grief. And then it goes on to say, truly it were an excusable covetousness if we did. He says, for affliction is a treasure, and scarce any man had enough of it. Okay, that's kind of an odd thing to say, that affliction is a treasure. Obviously, no one wants to go through trials, but if we have Jesus Christ, trials actually draw us closer to God. Okay, and that says, no man hath enough of it. Sometimes trials are what God uses to draw us closer to Him, and sometimes when we're still far from God, that's still kind of on His mind. He's burdened about that for us. He says, no man hath affliction enough that is not matured and ripened by it. So no one's mature without any trials or any complications, and made fit for God by that affliction. So that's the whole point of that saying. Trials can draw us closer to God. Okay, and then the last lines, it says, if by this consideration of another's danger, I take mine into contemplation. He's basically comparing and taking into account other people's trials and then other people's deaths, okay? It says, if you guys look up at a little few lines, he says, another man may be sick too, and sick to death, and this affliction may lie in his bowels and as a golden mine and be no use to him. But this bell that tells me of his afflictions digs out and applies that gold to me. So back to that concept of if you're suffering, I'm suffering, all part of the body of Christ. But it's causing him to contemplate and take into consideration his security, his own security. And he's saying, God, by making my recourse to my God, who is our only security. Obviously, we have security in Jesus Christ. He's taking into contemplation, am I ready to meet Jesus Christ? Am I ready to face him as my brother over there who just died faced Jesus Christ? Okay, that's his meditation. The theme is the bell tolls for all of us. Okay, and then everyone turn to page number 92. Page number 92, okay, again we see the metaphysical conceit. This is more of a striking comparison, but this points out an unusual comparison or parallel between highly dissimilar elements, okay? So striking comparisons, it's comparing one thing to another. Go ahead and mark that in your book. That's the whole definition of a metaphysical conceit, okay? So for example, a hymn to God, my God, in my sickness. The speaker compares himself lying in a bed, sick, to a mat being studied by doctors. Okay, that's kind of an unusual comparison, but all these doctors are studying him if he's sick, just like a map would be studied, by people who study maps. In the following excerpt from a valediction forbidding mourning, the speaker compares his wife's soles to the 2 points of a compass, which are forever joined even though forced apart. Okay? So a compass, obviously you guys take some sort of math or have used a compass before. You guys see that picture in your book on page number 92. Okay, obviously there is the base of the compass. We see that in the second stanza. He's basically saying his wife, okay? His wife, it says, thy soul, the fixed foot, okay? That's in the second stanza. If they be two, they are two so, as stiff twin compasses are two. Thy soul, the fixed foot, makes no show to move, but doth if the others do. He's basically praising her because she's the center of his world, and if he moves, she moves as well. Okay, and though it is centered sit, yet when the far doth roam, it leans and hearkens after it. Okay, so obviously when you take the compass apart to draw the bigger circle, okay, it's not disconnected. Actually, the leg that's drawing the circle is actually pointing back to the base, and that's basically what he's saying. It says, when the other doth far roam, it leans and hearkens after it. So wherever the pencil grows, that's where the other one goes as well. Okay? As it comes home, obviously, when it's put back together, the whole compass is upright. That's what that last line means, and grows erect as it comes home. Such wilt thou be to me, saying everything that the compass does to each other, that's what you are to me, who must like the other foot obliquely run. Thy firmness draws by circle just, and makes me end where I begun. So obviously a circle is a sign of completeness. He completes his life. He allows him to complete his circle. Okay, so that is just a kind of a cool image or a symbol of a marriage and what good marriage would be. Okay, so on page number 92 about John Donne, you want to mark that he is the first and the greatest of the metaphysical poets. Okay, John Donne is the first and the greatest of the metaphysical poets. For those of you on distant learning, this is on page number 92 under Meet the Author. Okay? Under Meet the Author, go ahead and highlight that. John Donne is the first and the greatest of the metaphysical poets. Okay? So tonight for homework, just read page number 93. Okay? Number 93, it's just 3 short poems. Okay? And then we'll discuss George Herbert on Monday. Okay, go ahead and put that away. Take out your grammar books. Grammar books. Okay, oh, and then we'll just do grammar real quick, but if you guys have your homework from yesterday, hold on, give me 1 second. Yes. Okay, your homework from yesterday, just turn that in, but then we'll go over that in a second. Go ahead and take your grammar books to, sorry guys. Okay, section 10. Let's practice parts, okay? Let me put some examples on the board. Okay, so we've been learning about the perfect tenses of words. Okay, so let me bring this camera over here. Babe, you might have to scoot over again, sorry. So that they can see. Is that better? All right, so yesterday we were talking about tenses, okay, the past 2 days. Okay, so, excuse me, obviously the present tense is what you're doing right now. So the present tense of the verb would be talk, Okay, drive. Present participle, we said that participles always have a helper, okay? With present participles, you're going to see an ing, okay, with the helper. So obviously, am talking, okay, or are talking, okay? And then there's the past, what you did before. Obviously, that indicates something that you did yesterday or what you did before now, okay? That's talked. Then past participles, we see that they have a helper verb, okay? It's not always going to be the word have, okay, but there always will be a past participle verb, and we will see that with the past tense of the verb, okay? So those are present participles, past, and past participles. The reason why you need to understand this is to include that with future tenses or perfect tenses, okay? So obviously there will be a present perfect tense, a past perfect tense, and a future perfect tense. Okay, so I'm going to erase this and then write down what you do need to know with the past perfect, the present perfect, the past perfect, and the future perfect. Where's the thing? Okay, so just like the past participles, or the participle part of the verb has a helper with it, we're going to see indicators that will tell us which verbs or which tense these verbs are, okay? So with future or present perfect, you're going to see the words have or has plus the past participle. Have or has plus the past participle. Okay, that's in present perfect. Okay. Okay, so you could probably write this down. You're going to see the words has or have plus the past participle, which would be this tense that we saw. Okay? In past perfect verb tense, okay, you're going to see the word had. And this one will be a little easier to spot is because the word had is always going to be with the past participle, okay, or past perfect, and then we're going to see the past participle with this word, okay, or with this verb tense. So past perfect, it's always going to be the word had, okay, had plus the past participle. Then with future perfect, we're going to see this. This one obviously will be a little easier to spot because it always will be will have or shall have. Okay, these two plus your past participle. Okay, so that's how I spot the last three verb tenses, okay? So my first three would be obviously present, past, and future. Then the last three, because there are 6, present perfect, past perfect, and then future perfect. Underneath your verb tenses, you would have to obviously conjugate to the past. Conjugation is basically when you're changing it to the time of the action, okay? Let's go ahead and practice these. First, let's practice. Let's practice our present participles and then our past participles, and then we can go on to practice our present perfect, our past perfect, and then our future perfect, okay? So I'm going to grab this book and do some sorry, give me 1 second. Okay. All right, so give me the present participle of the verb comfort, okay? So, comfort. Oh, no, the present participle, okay? This isn't, was it? Am comforting, okay? So remember participles, they have a helper verb with present participles. Present participles. We have the ing. okay? Present participles are ing, and then obviously past participles would have a helper with the past form of the verb, okay? So present, comfort, that's my verb in the present, okay? Present participle would be am comforting. Notice there's the ing. What would be the past form of comfort? Comforted, okay? So yesterday I comforted. Okay, what would be the past participle of comforted? Have comforted, okay? What would be the present form or present participle form of the word locate? Present participle. Am locating, okay? So that's the gist of understanding all of these past perfect and these perfect tenses, basically, okay? So present participle would be am locating. What would be the past of locate? Located. Good. Okay. What would be the past participle of located? Have located, because there is a helper with that. Okay. So one more. Let's do the present of, let's do choose. Okay. What's the present participle of choose? Am choosing. So there's that ing again. Okay. What's the past form of choose? Chose. Okay. So remember, this would be an irregular verb because you have to change up the spelling. Okay. So what would be the past participle of chose? Have chosen. Okay. In normal words, you would just do the helper with the past verb. That's what makes it past participle. With words that you have to change, obviously you're not going to say have chose for past participle. It would be have chosen, okay? So just make sure you watch those, okay? So in order to understand those, the present perfect would be the has or the have plus the past participle of the verb, okay? So that's what these future present and past perfect tenses are the last six verb tenses, all right? Let's practice these in our workbook. Okay, everyone go to exercise. Exercise 42, okay? You're identifying your italicized verbs by writing present, past, future, or present perfect, past perfect, or future perfect, okay? So gossip has been defined as putting 2 and 2 together and making it 5, okay? So these ones, you need to look at what your formula would be, okay? So present perfect, I'm looking for the word has or have with my past participle, so something in the past, okay? Past perfect is always the word had with the past participle, and then obviously future perfect will be will have or shall have with your past participle, okay? Obviously the present form of the verb is what you're doing now. The past is just one simple verb, okay? There's no helper there. And then the future will be your will have or shall have or will do, okay? The words will or shall. Not will have, but will or shall, okay? Let's look at number 1. Gossip has been well defined as putting 2 and 2 together and making it 5. What do you think number 1 would be? Good. It is present perfect. Okay, we see the word has with the past participle defined. Okay. Number 2, you shall have found perfect freedom when you put yourself in bondage to Christ. What do you think number 2 is? Shall have found. It is future perfect. Okay, so it has that will have, and then found is your past participle. Okay, so those two together make your future perfect. Okay, number 3, What I gave, I have. What I spent, I had. What I kept, I lost. What do you think the verb spent would be? Past. Good. Okay. Spent is what you did in the past. Okay. Spend is your verb. That is the present. If you spent, that is the past. Good. Number 3 is past. Okay. Number 4. All thy children shall be taught of the Lord, and great shall be the peace of thy children. Shall be taught. Good. That one would be future perfect because it has the shall have plus the past participle or the past form, okay? And then the last one, number 5. He made his grave with the wicked and with the rich in his death, because he had done no violence, neither was any deceit in his mouth. There's that word had. So we see the word had with the past participle. What would number 5 be? Past perfect, okay? I encourage you guys to write this down. It'll help you. You can write it in your book, okay, or write it down on a sheet of paper when you're doing an exercise or whatever. That'll really help you, okay? Okay, so number 40, or exercise 43, we haven't learned emphatic and progressive yet, so we'll continue to work on that over the next couple days. Obviously, verb tenses can be a little confusing, so we'll keep working on that, but hopefully you guys are understanding this one. In order to understand these, obviously you need to understand how to conjugate the participle parts of the present, past, and future. Okay, does anyone have any questions? None? All right, so I think we're finishing a little early, but actually, before we do tonight for homework, or if you haven't turned in your homework already, go ahead and do that. Let me look to see what we have for vocab. Vocabulary, did we already go over in list number 4, over our exercise A? Yes, and then we were to do exercise B. So let's do exercise C together, okay? Last night you were to do your roots, your prefixes, and your suffixes twice, but let's go over those, all right? So let's look at our prefixes on page number 35 in our vocabulary books. Okay, page 35 in our vocabulary. I'm going to say the prefix, you say the definition of the prefix, okay? All right, look at die 1. What does that mean? To, non, not, pre, before, obviously pre is pretty easy to remember, and then C or SE, apart, aside, okay, huh? All right, let's look at the roots, okay? I'm going to say the definition, then you say the root, okay? What does life mean? Bio, flesh, carn. What is the root word for to run or to go? Cur, curse, or course. To join, to marry. Junct, jug, or join. To seek, to assail. Pet or pettit, I don't know. Okay, but to sail, you can think of a competition because obviously you're trying to beat the other person, so it's kind of what assail means. Mind or soul. Psych, and then to cut, a section. Tom, and then to live. Viv. Okay, let's go over our suffixes. Okay, give me the definition of ISM. State, quality, active. LY1. Like having the quality of. LY2. In the manner of, and then OR. One who, that which, state, quality of. Okay, let's go ahead and do our homework for tonight. Exercise C, okay? Give me the root word for psycho or psych. Your mind or your soul. Okay, the root word for life. Bio. Life. Okay, the suffix for log or LOGY. Discourse or study. And then the suffix ical. Like, pertaining to. So psychobiological means. Good. Okay, what did you say? Okay, pertaining to the study of the mind and life. Okay, so psych, there's the mind part, bio, there's the life part, log, study, and then ical is pertaining to. Okay? Sorry? Pertaining to the study of the mind and life. Okay? Psychobiological. Number 2, or the second word, precursor. What is pre? Before. What is curse? Okay, to run, to go. What is or? Okay, one who, that which, state, quality, act of. So, what is a precursor? Good. One who, or that which, runs or goes before. Okay? That is a precursor, depending on what you're talking about. If it's a person, it would be one who. If it's about talking about a thing, obviously it would be that which. Okay? And then carnality. What does carn mean? Flesh. What is al? Like, pertaining to. What is the suffix of ity? State, quality, act of. So, what is the literal meaning of carnality? Good. The state of pertaining to the flesh. Okay? The state of pertaining to the flesh. Good job. That was your homework. We just did it, so hopefully you guys are following along. Antonyms. Okay, we don't really need to study our antonyms, so good job. Exercise C was for homework, so that is done. Just read page number 92 in your literature for homework tonight. 93, I'm sorry, page number 93. And then we will discuss that on Monday. And then no grammar homework because we just did it in class as well. Okay? Are there any questions? All right, you guys are dismissed.